Is this thing on? Hello, friends. We got Dimitri in the back. We got Lucy coming up to my lap, maybe. And we also got a lot of world design, world building stuff to do today, so why not do it on stream? We are building up our Steam page now for the game we've been working on for a couple months now, Elixir Emporium. And we got to the point where we need some pretty screenshots, so I think it's finally time to say that all the awesome code and systems that we've been building are not quite done, but good enough for now. And time to start making stuff look prettier. So, yeah, we're going to do that. I'm going to throw on some music. I'm going to put on my headphones. I'm just going to chill for however many hours I'm going to do this for. Feel free to pipe up in the chat if you want to see some stuff. Let me pull up my Twitch page so I can at least see what's going on. And, yeah, I think I'll also add some quick commands real quick to the stream, so if anybody pops in, they can just hit me with a show me what you're doing, and I will do that. Let's see, what do we got here? You know, why not just send you right on over while I set all this up. We got show me. Hey, Drusa. What's the guy's name? I think user is what we want. And how do we... Just like that. See if that works. Show me. No. You know, we don't need it. Don't worry about it. Let's just add WTF to the stream title. There we go. Alright, fun fact. I just spent like an hour rewriting the code for jumping because just the math that we were doing for parabolic arcs didn't actually work if you jumped off cliffs, for example, because it expects you to land at the same Y level as where you jumped. So what was happening is, or was, you would jump off the cliff and it'd snap you back when you reach the same Y level back here, but it'd snap you to the closest ground. But now, if you're so inclined, you can just yeet yourself off cliffs and still need to get like falling down steep enough cliffs. But, you know, you can jump on down, I guess. You at least snap to the ground. Gotta get some falling working, but, you know. We ain't panicking about that. Or that. Alright, there's apparently some bugs still in, jumping. But, those are fine. Because we are just making the world prettier for screenshots today. We've got our big old town here. I've got a ton of props that I've set up yesterday for decorating the world with. We've got terrain painting, we've got terrain sculpting, we've got lots and lots of stuff. So we're just gonna, you know, fill out the world. And for the screenshots, I watched some videos on like how to do good screenshots on Steam, and there's a whole bunch of notes on that, but one thing that they kept hammering in is, like, if you have different biomes in your game, it's a really easy way to have very different looking screenshots. So we'll probably do a little bit of decorating in, like, the town, maybe the lake, a forest. We've got a desert over here with some, like, hot springs. We've also got, like, a dead forest over here. We've got some mountains. So we'll jump around, decorate whatever. But I'm gonna run us over to the entities test scene just so we can get inspired by looking at our palette, basically. And while we run around there, I'll throw on some music as well. If I can find my Steam window, or my Spotify window. What do we got today? Alright, I don't know if that's too quiet, too loud, but it's good for me. So we got tons of stuff now. I added a ton of stuff. I haven't rigged up the colliders and stuff to make all this stuff interactable yet. I figure we can spend today decorating the world, and I use this scene as like a source of truth for all the objects. So we'll just add those colliders, add those scripts here, and then apply them, and they should apply over to the other scene. But really just gotta decide where we want to start. So I'm just gonna poke around, see what all we got. Maybe something will jump out and be inspiring, I guess. We could do the desert. It's very, very empty and barren right now. These stone assets come from Unity. Like, they have a 3D assets starter pack or something that I usually don't go for because, you know, you assume everyone's going to be using those, but they look kind of nice, and I think they'll blend really well with some of the other stones we have. And they got some nice, like, lighting effects and stuff, which might look good in GIFs. So we might end up doing some sort of, like, temple-y, jungle-y area. Maybe in that area around where, like, the forest meets the mountain. I'll show you in the other scene. But I'm going to hold off on adding all of our entities and stuff to the game for now, just because they're not rigged up to animate properly yet. But we might steal some of these golems, because we'll probably have them in the world in their death state, like they are right here. And then when you mine them... Do we have a pickaxe? We don't have a pickaxe. When you mine them, they'll stand up and do their sick animations. So, might add some of them, but Really all we've placed in the world is a bunch of trees and bushes and like a little bit of herbs and stuff, so we got a lot to play with still. I think let's start with like the mountain area. I want to see if we can use some of these cool ruins. There's some pretty cool stuff. I guess let's decide where we want to start. Like, this area is very obvious place to start because it's the like focal viewpoint when you're leaving the town in the back. So we probably want to fill that out, but this area here is meant to be more of like a path up into the mountains. And there's a smaller path over here. So we could do either of those, but I think the stone area might be cool here, although we don't want too many of the like points of interest close to each other. We've got the tree as a big old point of interest, and we'll probably have that big stone gate wherever we put this, so maybe like around the corner of the mountain, so you need to be further out this way in order to see it. Like we could carve into the mountain here and do some sort of like stony jungle area. And probably put a little bit of forest on the outside to kind of obscure it, maybe. I thought this map would be way too big. It's already feeling so small, but I think I just need to work more on rescaling things. Like this forest doesn't need to be that big. This forest could probably be moved further out there, and then we open up a bunch of space for our stony area. But maybe we start a little smaller. Let's work on this small ramp up to the mountains. And the goal of this is to give a easier route up to the mountains that's very obvious to the player, like, hey, you can climb up here, so they, when they're exploring other parts of the mountain that are further away from their starting point, they'll try and climb it and see if they can. And also we want to give the player some pretty good views of like the town and the mountain and just the surrounding area as they're climbing up. This will probably be a pretty early on point for the player to explore, so we want to just kind of give them a taste of what they'll see later. But we're going to go ahead and start by just sculpting the terrain a little bit more, just to build more of that pathway up that's more clear. We'll paint the texture on afterwards. I just want to kind of clear the walking path a bit. So maybe we'll do a little like plateau here. That's a good spot to look from, like a lookout spot, because I think this is also right about there is the max render distance where we had the fog set up. So you'll be able to see the town, the waterfall, and just kind of the foggy silhouettes like you kind of see down here of what's off on the horizon. So we're going to cut into the mountain a little bit so we've got space to plateau. And then we'll smooth it out. I've seen some assets for terrain editing that let you actually like carve into mountains, like versus just raising and lowering. You can cut holes and stuff. I haven't played with them, but they seem like they'd be really useful. So we're going to use like this whole area here. Guess we could just set height, but I like the smoothing so we don't need to go back and rough it up as much. It keeps kind of the inclines too. We've got this like dip, which is nice. I think that's probably too steep to climb, maybe. Let's find out. So it'll look a lot more obvious when we get the like more light stone texture painted on, but you'll see kind of this route coming in here. Oh yeah, and also we're going to be flying because I don't want to be rebaking the nav mesh every time we make a change. But we can at least make sure it's all working. Yeah, still a little too steep there. So where are we at? Gotcha. Yeah, still too steep right above there too. Okay. Oh yeah, and we can't jump because we're not on the ground. Wait. If I don't rebake the nav mesh, is this actually working? Might just be navigating where the mesh was. So I guess we'll do that. All right, let's try that again. Let's see if it actually is the same or different. If it's different, we'll need to rebake every time. We shouldn't be flying at least, but I want to know if the nav is different. Are we going to get stuck at these squares? Oh, okay. Nav is different. Okay. So I think this needs to come down. Yeah. I think with the dynamic lights in town, that'll look really cool. We probably want some sort of POI like here-ish, both for going to there from town if you want to be directed to the forest or the desert, but also nice silhouette to see from up here. Yeah, I think this will be a cool spot for a screenshot. I don't know yet what system we want to highlight in that screenshot yet though. But yeah, this can definitely all be flattened out way more than it was. So let's just set it. We can rough it up. So left click to set. Something like that, yeah. And then we'll smooth the little valley, because that's going to be more of a visual threshold before you start ascending again. And if we take the player down just a little bit, they'll just feel like they're climbing a little bit more. Yeah, and then we'll have this climb back up the mountain even further. If we want, I guess this could be more of just a lookout spot with something useful up here. And then we could have that other bigger route that's deeper in be the proper way up into the mountain. But maybe this would be a cool way to get like a little treacherous path up to this lake. We could put something in the lake. Ooh, I think we could put like a bridge, like a rope bridge somewhere in here too. That'd look pretty sweet. Yeah, we could also turn it more into like a parkour bit when they're this high. Like if they want to just walk up here and get the cool view, or they could like jump from point to point, or we've got some climbable stuff we could add in, or other like more skill-based traversal. We could also take more of like a Metroidvania approach where they need to have collected some item or crafted some consumable to let them jump higher or something to reach a point. But I'm just going to flesh this out a little bit more. We want to do like a little path into the mountain there. And then we'll have that go up. Could put like another waterfall here, but we'll see. We might just play with it. We want to smooth the path, but not the walls. So we're gonna have, yeah, there's the water. Okay, so that is kind of a floor of where it can be. Maybe we should have a little, like, standing point at the edge here. Could even go a little further back because it's going to be obscured when they look at the mount or the waterfall from down below. Texture these edges a little bit more so it's not just a straight line. Yeah, that looks good. Can make this like a interesting fishing point or something too. Let's bring this in a little bit and put some objects there, just making the edges a little more interesting. Alright, now to just smooth this. So we'll do really high opacity. I think we're gonna need some sort of other way up probably. We'll see. If we could get just like the maximum steepness, that's also kind of an interesting way to communicate that value to the player. Like, this is somewhere they'll clearly try and go up, and so if they see that they can go up, they know the like maximum slope they can walk up. Okay. Alright, let's bake that nav mesh again. Let's try it. Still have a little bit of weird slopeness right at the beginning there. We had to juke to the right. We'll clear that. Okay, so we are now coming up on our viewpoint. We want to see like the reveal. So we kind of need... The camera will probably be within this like angle here, unless they're looking that way. But they probably won't be. Be nice to have something big over here. Or even like maybe something, big statue or something over here. But we don't really want to double dip on things that they'd be able to see from town, I guess. Unless there's something new about seeing it from over here. But this plateau looks way better. Lots more room. Could put stuff up here pretty easily. Now let's see if we can go higher. Gets a lot more rocky. We do a little more dipping. Oh, right. We didn't put in a bridge. This will be fine. You know what? Here's what we do. Why is your anchor so far away, my guy? Well, doesn't matter because the camera follows the model. We'll just, oh, we're still trying to navigate. Well, that seems like a bug because we should clear our destination when we get there. Huh. Okay, well, we are the coder here. We can do what we want. We'll just place you over here. And we snap back right because of our ungrounded logic. Okay. Fine. Alright, we'll just put in the stupid bridge. Alright. I don't even want to mess with the prefab for the bridge that we have because I haven't set up colliders or anything on it yet. So we're literally just going to cube it up. Let's do this. It's weird. Oh, right. This is the actual coordinates. Suspicious, but okay. Oh, you know what? Can I paste as not local position? No. Okay, this is fine. This is what I get for taking shortcuts. Just want like a either wood or stone, something good. Just so it doesn't look ridiculous. You know, it might blend in. It doesn't matter. What we do with this bridge does not matter. We just want to make sure that our nav mesh bakes with it included. Let's bake that. It should have the ground layer. Okay. But gotta fix the terrain a bit. Smooth it in. Still got a couple holes, but surely the size of our humanoid will deal with that. Oh yeah, I guess they're in a few places. But here we go. Let's fix this while we're here too. Smooth, high brush size. Make sure that that bakes correctly. Love my music skipping every time I bake. Alright, that's clear. Looks like we got some obstacles up here as well. We'll do the same. Kind of want a harder wall. Let's do this. Might be too hard, but you know what? Maybe not. Something like that could be kind of cool if you fill it with some rubble or something. Let's smooth it there. Alright. I wonder... That might work. Nice, it works. Maybe I will chop off whether I've... Well, actually don't know if we can... I don't know how long song titles work. Oh god, don't worry about that. Alright, we're good to go. Let's get back to the good stuff. I guess I'll make sure it looks good. Doesn't look good. There are pixels. Alright, that looks better. I guess that'll be really silly on the VODs that don't include music, but it's whatevs. Did it just disappear? Oh, it's not gonna work. It's capturing on window title. And the window title changes every time the song changes. We can see if this might work. It's just gonna look for a new window of the same application, but I feel like it's gonna break and just capture one of my other Chrome windows. We'll see. I feel bad already covering up so much of the inspector. We'll leave that down here. Alright, now back to the good stuff. And we'll see if it works when the song is over. Alright. There's a lot of nav mesh areas that we don't want to actually have. So we'll probably end up changing the slope that it covers. Or maybe disallowing these like islands. But for now, this is looking good. Let's climb on up and see how things look and feel. We'll get back to rocks and props and stuff afterwards. Okay. Cool, cool. Don't fall down there. Or maybe do if there's something cool down there to get. Yeah, that's a much nicer curve for the reveal of the lake. It almost matches the lake shape. We could even bring this out just a tiny bit more so it matches and kind of reveals nicely, but it's all good. There's some weird like light effects, like reflections. Let's go try our bridge, I suppose. Perfect. Alright, steep section. I guess we didn't check the nav mesh was connected here, or maybe we did. Nice. Okay, that's super cool. I like this. And you kind of see the waterfall over there. You just got a little bit of room to do stuff up here. And you can probably see this path from the other bigger path goes along the top of the mountains. This will be a cool area to decorate, I think. And would be a good gift for fishing. All right, let's paint some textures. And hey, the music thing worked. Nice. I hate the Control S in OBS. It's a shortcut for make this thing your whole screen. All right. Very cool. Texture painting. So we have like the ground and ground 5. I believe it's this one. Yeah. That's what we're going to blend over. Because this route is going to be the route from this town through here to the coastal town here. Kind of in this area, so it's kind of a little bit behind the mountain. But that's the texture we're using. We've got this path breaking off. But we also have a smaller path over here. And I'll just start big with kind of blocking it out. I'll come back with green to cover things up. But for our mountain path, we have this stone color already, so I don't think we want to do the dirt ground because it's going to blend a little too well, I think. But we definitely can have some to help with the blending of this. And maybe some of the nearby areas. But we'll use something like more rocky for our path, I think. And we're using these pointed lines. Little art trick. They are pointing to where you want to look. So they kind of use the same tricks as perspective, but they draw your eye to certain places. So I'll just kind of blend this out in the nearby area so it's not as obviously just a path. Just trying to get some texture in the land and cover up some of these checker spots where we didn't have our opacity high enough earlier. It's probably too rough, but it'll do. We'll come cover it up some more. But now we're kind of drawing this different kind of path along the edge of the mountain just to kind of do some consistency if the player wants to follow what they think is a path. It won't just end. We'll probably put something over here. Alright, that's way better texture, I would say, than like just the straight green. Alright, cool. So now let's go back with some straight green. We just want to rough it up so it's less obviously drawn in. Blend it a little bit back towards the green on the edges. But keep those lines going, pointing to our entrance. Maybe we'll put some like trees and stuff here so you only see it from a certain angle. Okay, and then just a little bit of darker green to blend that out a little further too. We'll give it a little bit of highlights on those interest lines as well. Alright, let's check out some of these rock textures. That looks super stretched. Yeah. Should be like... Could do something like that. I think that's too small, but getting closer. Yeah, I think we've done this mountain in that texture, so I just want to go see. Yeah, that's actually not great, but it really shouldn't be stretched as bad as it was, so maybe we'll use that as a base and come back and touch that mountain up later. For now, it's a really nice, like, blackened path, which we'll use very sparingly, but will work for what we need. Now this guy, also way too small tiled, should be like 8 by 8 maybe? 4 by 4. I understand why it was so small. Let's do 4 by 4 though. I think that'll look good. Let's look at it from the player's point of view real fast. Because we really need like a really heavy normal map on this. Because it's so textured. But I don't know that we have one. Yeah, we don't want it looking flat like that. I think it's too big. Like, look at the size of that leaf. It was 1.3. Let's try 2. Let's look at it. Zoomed in. Yeah, the tiling is really bad. So we really just need to use this sparingly too, I think. Looks good up close. But when you zoomed out, you see that tiling really, really bad. Alright, so not good for paths, but will be good for like some plateaus or something. I think this is more, yeah, sticks and like forest floor. That could be nice. Is that also, yeah. You know, it's closer in texture and color. We'll come back to that. It's a good one, but it's not the vibe. And that's what we use for the walls. Okay. Just gonna clear this out. Can try these pebbles. Yeah, I don't think so. We could go get more textures, but I feel like I don't want to go overkill on textures. You know, we could maybe do the ground. It would probably blend well. But I don't know that it makes sense to have dirt in the mountain. Nah. Maybe we'll do these guys. Just for this path at least. So we're gonna blend starting back here. Kinda vaguely in the area. At the threshold. We'll come back and clean that up. But now up the path. Our opacity is way too high. And I think when we layer in a few textures, this will look a lot better. It's going to look pretty rough at the start, I think. Just going to fill out all the missing textures here. I don't know what happened to them, but we upgraded Unity and lost a bunch of stuff, so just recovering. Alright, so here's our plateau where we'll probably use that really nice looking one that kind of needed to use sparingly. And we'll also bring in some rock prefabs just to flesh out that edge. But let's just do a really rough pass first. And then we'll come back and texture out all this horrible tiling. And we might come back and do this path afterwards, but we'll at least do a quick little pass over it with each of our textures. Alright, let's do a few like of the pebbles along the path. They're really mostly for the texture, not the color, so we already have them kind of on the cliff side, so they'll kind of blend in, but we don't want to overuse them for sure. Just kind of almost highlighting with them. Yeah, that base dirt is a little too metallic, but we'll address that. Just trying to texture a little bit of the edges, get a little more interesting. When the slope is that rough, this texture stretches so poorly. Like, look at these rocks here. So we're trying to avoid those. Well, mostly flat textures. But we can texture in a little bit on these guys. Nah, it doesn't look good down there. Just adding a tiny bit so it doesn't come out of the blue on the path. They get little hints of it before they start seeing the texture up above. It's a nice blending technique, I think. Alright, maybe one more layer just for blending the textures. I think we'll go with the darker, just to draw a little bit more of a path, and I think we'll take this original texture and blend it back out. Probably want to darken this patch too. And this is the one where, actually, maybe we bring those normals up on the plateau, but we can put it in here, and I think it looks really good just in a little cluster. But let's see what happens. Bring this up to like 5, maybe. It looks really bad up close like that with the normal at 1.5 almost, but I think it'll look good from the player's camera. Alright, so now we just need to blend that back because it's got pretty bad tiling. Let's make sure this is the same. Yeah, okay. So just like a little well-traveled path through the center. Now that we've got the blending on either side, should give us just a lot more texture, I think. And we'll get this to kind of bleed out into the grass too. Okay, it's looking pretty plain here. I want to add in a little bit more interest to kind of show your moving on up without it just being the same for a few seconds. So maybe a little bit of that metallic black will be cool. We'll just mirror it down here. Maybe. Okay. So this is probably good for textures. We can move on into objects. Let me just kind of run up. We'll check it out in person. Yeah, it's a lot less uniform, which is really nice. What are all these things? One of the textures that we used, I don't like that at all. Tiles are really bad, actually. So maybe a big statue right there would be really cool. So you get this nice reveal. Probably like starting down here, if the statue's tall enough, kind of starts poking up now. You're like, what the heck is that? You get the nice waterfall, which kind of just draws the eye all the way down. Very obvious viewpoint here. And you're like, oh yeah, I can see the town too. Wow. Wow. What else can I see? Oh, is that a path over there? Oh my gosh. Wonder if I can get there. What's this? A bridge. Very cool. Still some bugs in jumping. I swear jumping shouldn't be that hard, but when you use a nav mesh for navigation, you have to like desync yourself from the nav mesh, do the jumping physics, and then detect when you need to be back on the nav mesh to enable it. Gets rough. But we now have sculpting done, textures done. We're gonna add some prefabs. This is the fun part. So what we will probably use... I'll do a quick little pass over all these later. I haven't sorted them into their libraries yet, but we might do some crystals near the top, like at that water area. Actually, let's put those in now. We can just work on down through the list. So... And they'll have some nice glow for screenshots too, I think. We can check other colors, but I kind of like the blue ones for here. Although blue and yellow do complement each other really nicely. That's a really pretty color. Maybe one of those. Maybe. We'll see, we'll see. 8, 9, 10. Alright, yeah, just a couple crystals up here is nice. Gives another purpose to come up here, which is important. When it's a game about collecting items and also adventuring, you want to be collecting items while you adventure. And to find some like rarer items at the end of a ooh, I wonder if I can go there type situation is always a nice perk. And we could also do different crystals. Like make some later. We might add those in, but that's pretty cool. Like diamond almost. But we'll do those another time, I think. We don't need to be also making new materials here when we have such a big library of prefabs to use that we're not yet using. Wonder... That'll be better. I switched to the 2-panel pane or view, so hopefully, yeah, there we go. Sorry, they're still a little small on stream, I think, but it's as big as they can go, I think. Alright, do we want dead trees up here? Probably not. We want, like, willows and stuff. The jungle ruins could go here, but I think it's cool enough on its own that maybe we'll add, like, a couple hinting pieces that this mountain has something to do with it. But I think we'll want to put them, like, further back here, maybe. Or somewhere where it can be an area on its own, really. Could put a treasure chest up here. I don't really want to go down the route of adding treasure chests everywhere yet, though. So just kind of poking through and seeing what we got. We could put like a pressure plate here. Just as like the smallest of minigame slash puzzles. And then when by default, this guy's in the mountain, pretend that's not there. Here. That thing is in the mountain, but when the player stands on it, comes out like this. And then when they leave it, starts retracting again. Just a nice little physics puzzle. I don't know how that'll work with baking the nav mesh, though. That's an interesting approach. Put the platform somewhere else, simulate a player on top of it, and mirror the player simulation's movement as the actual player movement control. Huh. Never would have thought about that. Yeah, maybe we don't gotta do that now, but we could style the pressure plate a little bit to leave some room if we want to do it later. I think we'll put it like Would be really cool to get a sliding mechanic later for falling. Do like a little slide here. Alright, we can move on. Yeah, these are all a little too like a magical for the vibe we're going for here. Really just want like a sense of exploration, the awe of a nice viewpoint, maybe the serenity of like quiet place to fish. So given a lot of stuff that's like, look at me, is not the vibe. But just gotta check them. Yeah, no. We could use a single one of these walls as a something to catch the eye. Like if we did something like I mean, I don't necessarily like this. If we had that leaning against the wall and this was not visible by default, it kind of gives the player something of like, oh yeah, I'm over here. What's that? How do I get over there? So maybe we'll leave that for now. Nice little reminder of what we can build later. Just a single one to catch the eye. Not that it's necessary when the bridge is out, though. I don't think this is the place. But I am pumped to put this gate somewhere. Alrighty. Greenery. I'm going to hold off on the organics until we get all the rock stuff in. Ooh, actually what we could put in up in the lake would be one of the dead golems. Like sleeping here. That'd be pretty sick. We could put a dragon over there, I guess. Let's see. Where's our big bone dragon? Well, let's see. That guy could be cool. Probably not the stone one, although we could do the stone one. But I feel like if this is more of a water-themed area, maybe we could do some sort of water golem. Stick him, Just want to open the animator, please. Alright, we'll have to just wait for him to animate through his tree, I guess. Oh, golem controller, duh. Alright, so we're actually just gonna not do any of that, and we're gonna go straight to death. Default. Make default. Okay, we won't do that. We will just set this to death. Probably need to turn off looping. And yeah, we should just not screw up all the stuff. There we go. Set as default. Alright, let's just make sure he's in the right state. There we go. So something like this. Oh, right. Further back, maybe even like larger, yeah. That's probably a little too big. That's probably a little too big as well. So it's nice that it's kind of the same color as the crystals. You come up here for those and you're like, what the heck is this? Nice and big, very framed well, I'd say. And we face it a little bit more towards the player. And then what we can do is let's do this real fast. Parameters. I can't add a parameter because I'm in play. Okay. Well, so he can wake up. And maybe not walk on the water. Let's see. Something like that could be cool. Alright. So the player is looking at that guy. I missed it, but let's check out it from this view. It's believable that he's standing at the bottom of the lake, I think. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. Alright, I think these animator changes will undo when we leave play mode, but I do want to catch all the transform values. So I will copy position and just know -170 and 20. Alright, that'll work. Cool, cool. I like that. I guess we should double check that. Okay. So let's do this while we're here. This should be a trigger. Wake up. Only fire this when wake up is true. And then same. But starts in the death state, rises up when you wake up, goes through all the animations for now. That'll work well, because now we can check this during playtime to manually wake him up, but most of the time he'll be sleeping. Alright, back to more props. We were at the crystals, right, that's what inspired the golem. Passed over leaves, ores. We could do a fog up here, that'd probably look really nice. We'll probably do the same fog down there to be mist from the water. But we could do something like this. We could even have it coming from him just to make that even spookier. It'd be cool to have him be the in-world reason for like having ice cold water in the lake. He's up here freezing it. Maybe one of the NPCs doesn't like ice cold water and needs you to come remove him. We could do some, nah, I like that more in like forests. Leaves, probably not. Yeah, I think this will be fine. We got some nice fog. We probably could amp that fog up even further. Yeah. And we probably want to also disable it when player's not nearby. Okay. We'll keep going. Got a lot of plants. I do think that maybe if we get some sort of ice plant or like a mountainous plant would look good up here. Do some of the blush blooms too. But yeah, we did say we'd skip over a lot of the greenery until we have rocks in place. So let's put rocks in place. We're gonna do a few of the mossy rocks near the water. And then we'll switch over to the non-mossy rocks away from the water. Something like this could be cool if we could get over there to stand on it, but I feel like we'll probably use that trick somewhere else and I don't want to waste it here too. But would probably look sick from down below as well. Yeah. But we should frame the waterfall a little bit. Oh, I didn't ever notice the shader on these guys changes the mossy amount. I always just assumed it was one side that was mossy. Are they literally just rocks with the mossy shader? The same rock object? Probably. So we're gonna play with these a lot more. I actually don't really like that. Maybe we can salvage it by putting it on this rounded side. Yeah, I never noticed how much the shader effect applies to the moss. Yeah, the two kind of texture and almost low poly, minorly textured don't really vibe together. I think they kind of blend a little bit with our post-processing that we do, but probably will hunt new materials for those at some point. Let's do something like this. And then maybe we put a tree or something there. We could do our interest lines here. So if we wanted to do something like this, rotate him around so he just is barely above the water. We could do something like this, which points at him. But I don't really want it to be too obvious, and I also don't want them, the players, using it as like a stone to jump to him from. So maybe we won't. That's not bad though. Let's rotate this guy a little bit to point better towards him. And then let's just put a tiny little rock here, just to blend the pieces together. Let's get it a little bit less of a straight line. Okay, so now I think we got all our mossy rocks in. Could do just a few more stone rocks for a little bit better blending of stuff. What happens if I go super big? Is that weird? Is that weird? I think that's a little weird. Maybe because it's not high enough. Something like that. Nah, it's just weird texturing looking. Alright. Maybe we'll go lighter on the rocks. Let's just get a few more. In the water. Let's frame these a little bit better, just so, I mean, it's nice for them to kind of be growing in the crevice, but if they're a little further out, they're easier to interact with from the play point of view. Then we can put stuff on the walls and stuff to frame them a little better. Something like that could frame the curve really well. Especially behind this tree that we'll place. Alright, so this should be good for up here for now. We don't want it to be too cluttered. We just want it to feel decorated and purposeful. Finished, at least. So we probably don't need to put any rocks in this little crevice. We'll just kind of decorate it a little bit with something small. But We can do a little bit of rocks on the ledges here. I think that'll look nice. And because of physics, we need a very big rock here that could conceivably have more inertia than both of these rocks combined. More embedded into the wall, so that's what's holding them up. Maybe a little more embedded. Nice little lifted point for the best view. This rocks a 7 of 4. Thanks for coming on in. I thought I'd get you with the world building. I used Incarnate like a month ago and I was like just stealing all this guy's tricks. Or thanks for coming in. It really does. I Incarnate going crazy. I could have sworn a lot more of the stuff used to be free a long time ago. On that stream, I was like, dang, I can't really do anything with just the free packs. Gotta get those premium ones. Or maybe you know better. Free is very limited. Do you have to buy individual packs, or is there like a plan for like give me everything? Do you know? I assume you know a lot more about it than me. It's a subscription for everything. You bought the $25 yearly subscription a few years ago and haven't looked at it in a long time. Okay, that's actually not as bad as I thought. I just assumed all the packs were like $5-10 each. I was like, I'm not buying a ton of these because I'm a sucker for big old worlds with different biomes everywhere and need a lot of packs. But that might be real nice. I would love to get back into more map stuff. It's always so fun. I used it for this map and just zoomed really, really far out and carved it all up based on the Incarnate map. But it's too big. It's hard to see the detail that far. It worked out pretty well. Just had to make like a few changes based on accidental mistakes of crafting the land and being like, actually, I like that better. But then I just went back and Incarnate, fixed the map there, and it's nice, but it's less convenient now that I've worked more on this world and haven't updated the map, so it isn't quite as up to date. But it was super nice for building that original structure. That's right. We're going to put some happy little trees everywhere in just a minute. But also thanks for the reminder. Is it weird to have vantage point kind of floating out there without being supported? Nah, we're going to do it. Probably really cool to walk out on. We're going to get the upward tilt looking good though. Yeah, that's a little too far out, I think, maybe. And maybe we'll just anchor it with a small guy over here. Just do what I do and say, someone in world made this map. If there's a problem, it's because they messed up or couldn't know. That's actually a brilliant idea, and I will steal that and do that. Thank you. Actually, the guy that I'm working on this with is hard at work on some brains to give to the AI that lets us designate facts that each NPC knows. So we actually could blame things on them knowing the wrong thing and then specifically give them the facts in their brains of the mistakes that we know exist in the map. That could be fun. But yeah, definitely stealing that is so useful. I think I'm gonna texture back under these rocks now that we've placed them. It's a darker blackish stone. Oof. You know, actually, we don't want to do the dark stone because it's going to be too much contrast with the even lighter stone. So we're going to do the ground dirt that we couldn't use on the paths because it wasn't. No, that looks terrible. We'll just do a tiny little texture on it for some shadow. Almost done with these dang rocks. Alright, let's see how this actually looks in the game. So they aren't really... Oh wait, that's not the first one. Okay, they are visible. No, that we definitely missed one. That's fine. They are progressively getting more and more obvious. You got a shower because you have in-person D&D today, but you'll be back. Cool. Welcome back. Or come on back. Okay, so they are close enough you can... you can't actually interact with them from here. So we'll increase that interaction radius, I guess. But maybe we'll disable interaction on the cliffside ones, just because it'd be nice to be able to walk onto them instead. Excuse me. Oh, we never even baked the nav mesh, so none of these have updated, but it looks nice, I'd say. The pressure plate's a little out of its place, but there's still a lot of work to be done on textures to blend those together, but I think the structure and shape looks fine. Let's check out up here. Oh, the fog is so cool when you come on up. You see it like here. You know, that could be a little GIF for the page of your coming up here. So we probably want to decorate this a little bit better, but you're coming up here, you see the fog a little bit, see some crystals. You see this guy, and then like he wakes up or something. Just like a 5-second GIF or something. Just trying to get those prettier areas because we wrote our Steam page, we uploaded our demo, everything, but we can't make it public until we have nice screenshots, or until we have screenshots. But I've been so focused on code, I haven't made anything look pretty enough that I'm happy putting in a screenshot. So that's what we're doing today, is just making some cool areas that we can screenshot. The rest of the game I'm happy to show off, but I'm probably not going to be working on it too much, just decorating. Okay, so let's go place trees next, I'd say, and then we can do plants. But I guess no, we got distracted with rocks. We thought we were done with everything because they took so long. Scope out through. Do we need any like pillars? Probably not, because we have this thing to kind of hint at like something not being entirely 100% natural up here. We could do some other stonework, but I feel like we don't want to mix. We've already got mossy and regular stone up here. We don't want to add yet another texture and color. Gray versus the mountain color. We could do an obelisk up here. Probably need to make it a lot smaller, but we could. We're going to add some of these so you can teleport to different areas that you've been to. But It's so close to town, and it's not really like a hub sort of area. I don't think it needs a teleport. So you know, we could do, if we don't end up putting the gate somewhere else, could have it like in the mountain here with some sort of block, obviously, but I don't think we want to waste those assets here. I think we want to put them to good use. But this would be a good place for like a gate or a doorway to like a cave or something like that. I guess we could do a little overhang with rocks. Let's carve it out a little bit more. So we can even slope it down a little bit and get it feeling like a cave. But let's curve it actually back towards the way the player came so they don't immediately see the cave entrance. This terrain's gonna be bonkers. We gotta bring this whole mountain down, I think, if we're carving in this much. Alright, so that'll serve as like a cave entrance, I'd say. Yeah, it's kind of rough, but we can lower this a little bit as you go in. We can also darken the texture so it looks deeper. Let's smooth that out. And we could just have some interactable volume or something here that if you click on it, it takes you to a cave instance or something if we want later. But, you know, that means we get to place more rocks. Wow. And actually, what I can do... could make it black as like the obvious cave entrance, but I think I won't. We'll just put some up here. Probably just one more up here, I'd say. Nice big one, I guess. And then we can do a few smaller ones, like here, and get kind of the teethy vibes. Kind of looks like a golem now. Those are legs, body, arms. It's kind of cool. I like that. Let's fill that out a little bit more. Especially since there's a golem right there. Let's give him a big old head. It's our most circular rock. Probably this guy. What is the most menacing way we could place it from down here? So it's like looking at you almost. Perfect. I like that, I like that. I mean, I guess the camera is actually going to be like this. Hopefully that translates. I think it does. Maybe we lift it up just a little bit to help the camera. Cool. Alright. We did our little cave. Back to what we were doing, which I believe was going through the end of the list before we move on to trees. Ruins, right. We also have our statement piece of a giant sword. Probably put that somewhere else in the world. It's such a cliche, but sometimes I like cliches. But we already have tree over here. I mean, I guess we could do, like, that could be the cool thing that pops up on, I think it was this. If we did, is that too ridiculous? Surely not. We could do like a cool portal behind it if we want. But that is quite large. It looks like it's stuck into the mountain, which is cool, so we don't need to worry about it like drawing the other side or needing to draw the other side. And I think as we come up over this ledge, maybe that's just the majority of what the player sees. It's probably too big for that effect, actually. Scale it down. So we are like here-ish. You can kind of see it. Maybe we scale it down just a little bit more. And then you come on up the hill, you start seeing a little bit, and it kind of looks like a tree, maybe? Could even scale it down a little bit more. So we want it to be about there. I feel like we want to move it so it almost like sliced into the mountain. Let's just see how that looks from the player view. Alright, can't see it from the beginning, that's great. I don't think we should see it until about halfway up, I think. Although I'm now realizing camera's much lower than I thought it was. We'd be able to have it much larger. But that's cool. You see it in the fog. Okay. So that is now what has caught the player's eye. They see that, they see the waterfall, and they see this little splotch of bright color. And so that it's a nice line to say, go there to get there. So they're going to go on over this way, and they're going to take the path up to the waterfall. But this is really nice view the whole way. I'm wondering if they're going to feel disappointed if they make it up to the little lagoon and they can't make it to the sword from there. So we might need to add more paths. But yeah, so I mean that could be nice. Like they came here for the sword, they discovered something else. They still need to figure out how to get at the sword, but they're so close. And the sword gets them looking there. It's barely in view, which is nice. And then that's when we can have this guy be more of like a jump scare almost. Stand up if you're in this area too long and like come at you. Maybe he is why players can't collect these 3 crystals as often as they want unless they can handle that guy, maybe. Could be a good way to do it. Oh yeah, and they don't even see this cave as they're coming on up, which is because we curved it back behind the player. So that's nice. They kind of see like stone. Maybe we should do a few more stones in these walls so it blends as like a consistent wall. But their eye is really drawn to that sword, specifically the opposite direction of the cave. So once they've come and exploring over here, or start running away or something, then they see this outline of the cave, which I think is nice. And yeah, we can just put some sort of volume in here that takes you into an instance for a cave. We need to rebake the nav mesh. That's why we're flying, but looks good. I think the main thing we want is, I think it's actually a great size. I don't think it needs to be that much bigger. But we want a few more stone in the walls just to blur this, make it less of an obvious thing so you don't look at the cave from this point of view. So we'll add some rocks real fast. Things are looking good. I am curious how that'll look from the town too, because you can just barely see the waterfall. I think you'll be able to see the silhouette of the sword, which will be cool. And you might be able to sometimes see the golem if we have him occasionally like wake up and walk around. That would be really cool. But let's add more rocks. Everybody loves rocks, right? I guess we could also angle it this way to give it more of a framing for that, but I feel like we might want to angle this way to match the contour of the mountain a little bit better and make it feel less like opposite this. So let's just bring it back actually. 2 birds, 1 stone. Let's give this wall a little bit more texture now that we've just completely carved into it. I've set the height here, so we won't go carving into the wall any further. But at least we can start doing some like little cliffside things again. Okay, probably just a couple more. To sell that transition. I guess maybe a small one here. Using that same technique of showing the smaller versions before we get to the bigger saturations of them. Yeah, it seems fine. Alrighty, let's move on from rocks. We got trees. We got workstations. Probably don't need workstations up here. We got trees. What would be a good tree up here? I think we should have... So we've got birch and... mostly just birch surrounding the town. So we could do birch as like the primary tree and then have an accent of something that is a little less immediately available. I think in this forest over here we've got pine and oak as well. So maybe we'll do obviously some birch around the entrance. We could do some fruit trees. No, let's leave those for somewhere else. We could do some of our Japanese style trees. I was going to do them on the completely opposite side of the map, but maybe it might be some good like parallels if I do it in both places. But let's go ahead and start with some just birch trees along the entrance. And we'll just move everything when we're done. But just place in some birch trees, I suppose. We can move them around wherever we want. As 7 of 4 said, they are all happy little trees. Just placing them kind of in a pathway that's somewhat obvious, but also kind of blocking off the threshold a little bit from sight. Okay. Now we got a nice little defined path, I would say. We'll fill in bushes and stuff, but probably shouldn't be too many trees on the actual path. But if there's somewhere we could place a tree where it's not immediately obvious that it's on the path, or maybe like we could hide a few in here by just pretending that they are growing on the cliffside. We can texture dirt in underneath them too. But just a little bit of tree action. Don't like those two being so close to each other. Oh, we could actually block the sword a little bit. Trying to get more of a line of trees like this. Something like that. Yeah, lots and lots of birch trees. But we're planning on letting you cut down the trees, not just harvest from them. You can plant other trees, so, you know, you just start with birch trees. Alright, we can do a little more nature-y stuff up here. Because we got a lot more room to play with. Maybe not this many trees. Okay, so you can kind of see that there might be a platform or something up here based on the trees. And we got a couple trees along the path up, so you might be able to say like, oh, I wonder if I can get up there. Wonder how I get up there. I'll go look around over here. So that's a nice little... I'm treeing up this birch. I'm birching up all these trees too. We're deciding what other tree we want, because we have pretty much this whole area is birch forest. If you go further, we got oak and pine. Over there we've got other trees, but probably want one or two of a more interesting kind of tree up here. It's just like a little perk of, oh, you made it up here. Here's a cool tree. And I'm kind of eyeing these Japanese variants of some of the trees that we have, because I was gonna put a little dragon grove on the literal opposite side of the map in that volcano. So it might be cool to mirror them a little bit over here. So we got the black pine, Japanese maple, and the cherry blossoms. Cherry blossoms would probably look really cool up here. You had a shower thought that I assume your pals already thought of. Hit me with it. I think we're gonna do the maple. And maybe we'll transition into the cherries as we get higher. So, we've got 4 maples to play with, and maybe we can transition from these guys into maples. So, this guy. We want the 2 green that we can see from down here, and the yellow is a nice blend to red. So I might just keep all 3 of those, but replace this guy. Let's see what we got. Really small guys. So are you going to have triggers for adding or removing things from characters' minds? I've heard AI tends to struggle to really remember stuff, and the more stuff that you tell it to remember, the more it'll struggle, so that seems useful. Probably. But I think the approach that Andrew's taken right now is to, in the most nerdy way, treat it like a cache in computers where we actually weight all of the facts that they know based on how frequently they either saw them or learned them or said them. So hopefully that might be a nice middle ground for like if you at the very beginning of the game tell somebody that, hey, I really like hats, they'll eventually forget it. I don't know if that's good or bad. Like if you want to get those AIs, you could by telling them stuff and then being like, ha ha ha, they forgot it. But it might also be a feature. I don't know. But yeah, we probably do want some sort of control because models are getting to be pretty large. Like Gemini does 1 million tokens or something now, or 15 million, which is probably more than enough. But I also hesitate to say that should be enough for everyone, because it's probably not, especially if you really like the game and play a lot. That's when these things would break, and those are exactly the kind of people that we don't want things to break for. So that's a great question. Got to figure that out. I'll ping Andrew later and see if he's got ideas, or if he happens to be in stream, he might pipe up in chat. I'll ping him on Discord too. Alrighty, so we're kind of covering up this pressure plate, though maybe we shouldn't. It's supposed to be a very simple thing, so maybe we won't. Cool. Maybe that's good on the plants up here. We don't really want to go too ham on it. And then we could also put one here that's larger, that kind of covers this path. Okay. Now to cherry blossoms. If we can fit any up here, I guess. That's probably good for now. I think we'll want to use like bushes and herbs and stuff a lot up here too, so gonna leave room for them. Alrighty, so we did trees. We can move on to bushes, I suppose. I forgot we wanted to raise this up enough that the player could mine it. Get it within that interaction range. Let's bump that up a little bit too. Is the lake guy a friend? So, yes, unless you make him mad. So he actually, this is not what he actually looks like. That's just his standing animation. But we have a bunch of different golems in the game of different materials. And, oh, let me rebake my nav mesh so I can actually walk. But we have a bunch of golems of different materials, and they look like rocks, but when you mine them, you get that material, and then they stand up and start attacking you. So they chill, unless you a meanie. But I'll go up and show you what he looks like as a rock, because I want to also see how the plants are looking on the way up. But I was also toying with the idea of making him like an ice golem or something as a way to get ice, which you can't get in the game right now. And having those NPC facts know that he is the reason that the river's or the lake is ice cold. So if some of them wanted quests that interacted with that, they would have that little factoid in their brain to be like, oh yeah, the lake's too cold, you need to go either slay that guy, or maybe he's not doing his job, like go get him something so he makes the lake colder. Let's see. Might want to move that tree when we hook up the pressure plate. Are these guys AI boys? No. Right now, only the NPCs in town are AI boys. Because they are the ones that can interact and do stuff in the world, cut down trees themselves, blah blah blah. And so they get the big old brains. But I haven't done any actual living entities out in the world, so very likely they will become AI boyos. But I don't know what adding AI to this guy would do right now. Like how he would benefit from it. So maybe later, but not currently. You just mine them and they wake up and attack you. But we don't have combat in the game right now anyway, so they are just rocks right now. Literally just rocks. But I don't know yet how I want this guy to get into a spot where you can mine him. Maybe every day he'll wake up and walk around somewhere, and then at nighttime he goes back to sleep wherever he's standing. So sometimes he's over here or something. But mostly he's just kind of a cool thing. We're putting together our Steam page right now, and we've got all the content written and everything, but we need some better screenshots. So I'm adding in some pretty places with nice lighting and something that moves so I can throw it in a GIF. So I'll show him moving real fast. So let's see here. Animator. So if I flag wake up, surely he'll wake up. I haven't actually tested this, but if you're over here checking out this area, you're like, ooh, cool, stuff to mine, other stuff to mine, cool trees. What the heck is that? What the heck is that? I think, well, animation's a little broken. But there he goes. He wakes up. Now we're just going to cycle through all of the stuff he can do, I think. Yeah, so he could walk around. He could attack stuff. He can do whatever. I think Andrew was planning on also letting them, like, eventually you could control them and tell them to go mine or do something for you. So that would just be like walking and collecting stuff. But all those animations. But he was just a cool guy to have in a GIF, basically. Yeah, that animation's broken. But I think all the plants are looking good. Might add a few more herbs and bushes up here, but things are looking good, I'd say. Maybe we even switch to these darker bushes up here. They give you the same items, but it's kind of nice to have a little bit of the variance. Yeah, the player's not really going to be collecting from any of these bushes up here, because no reason to collect from them when you can literally just do it in town, but they're just for making things look nice. And maybe we paint in a little grass underneath them. Well, we definitely don't want to paint the wall. Guess I can kind of double his moss texture on some of the stone too. Are the plants AI? See, you jest. However, a lot of the placeholder skills in the game I stole from D&D. And one of them that I'm very excited about is definitely in one of these. Is talk to plants. And in that case, yes, a plant will be powered by an AI saying, here is a description of your environment, here are the things nearby, here's some details about what you've seen the player do in the vicinity. They are now talking to you, what do you say? And so you'll be able to talk to any tree you want. Depending on how resource intensive it is, we could also have some sort of log just in general of what has happened recently nearby. So you could, if you're chasing down, I don't know, a rabbit or something, talk to a tree and say, did a rabbit pass by here? Are you going to give different species of plant different personalities? I am now. That's a great idea. I don't know. I mean, I'll have to make up some fun personalities of how a pine tree talks versus an oak tree, but Yeah, that's a great idea. I will. Birch trees are scared of heavy wind because they don't want to snap. But maybe they also have a really short temper and they do snap very often. I think that's a great idea. Oak trees are basically just old men. They talk really, really slow and you never really want to listen to them because nothing they say is worth listening to. Would it be feasible to make older trees wiser and order? Probably. I haven't built the farming system yet, but I've built some prototypes for it in other games, and so I'm thinking I'll probably have some sort of age on all of the trees that determines their like size and how many resources they have and all that jazz. But it wouldn't be that hard to factor that into the AI prompt for their personality and like scale how wise or how immature / mature they are based on their age. That could be cool. I like that. I think talk to trees I saw as a skill and I was like, you know what? People love talking to these NPCs. The NPCs we built in the last game. We haven't really played around with talking to other things. Trees or plants are just like the perfect thing to play with, I think. Especially in a game about crafting where you're inherently like stripping the environment for your resources. Sure seems like you might want to talk to that environment. We'll see. Alright, we got some good bushes all along the route. Let's do a light amount of herbs, I think, and then we'll call it good. Let's see here. What herb do we want up in the mountains? Death cap. Whisper cap. Hexbell, toadstool, star shimmer. You know, 37 springs ago, a small family of sparrows made a nest in my 27th branch. I was just a youngling back then. Then, when winter came around, they left. I sometimes wonder where they went. Next spring, I saw them in a neighbor's branches. That's why I don't trust sparrows. I think I could also make trees racist against certain animals in the game. But that's a great representation of the oak tree vibe that I was shooting for. So I like that. I like that. You know what? Let's do some lavendream up here. And if we have anything related to like ice, that could be cool too, but yeah, I think these nice flowing purple guys along the coast. Feel free to yoink that if you need training data. I will yoink that. Alright, we want to leave this area open for the player to stand, but we got a little bit of room here for placing some flowers. And we don't consume these when we harvest them yet, but we will, and they may or may not regrow, so I don't mind adding a few. But that's not the greatest look, though. They are very small, I'm realizing. Will characters be voiced via AI or Vocaloid? So I was originally going to just do ridiculous voices on all the NPCs, for funsies. However, because you can say anything you want to them and they can also say anything back, we kind of need to voice them with AIs at that point. But a little gremlin in your PC could work, but I would love to rig them up for voicing of what they say. It's just expensive right now, and I haven't looked into the tech for it, but yeah, that's the plan, is to voice them all. We'll see how well it works, though. I know most of the character voice services are still working on it. I feel like all these herbs are going to need to be redone. They're so small. I never realized how small they were. Like, kind of unusably small. Can we get away with one flower that's a different species than everything else? Probably not. But we could put some mushrooms around the cave entrance. I think we need a bush here still, just to not have this line of bare herbs. Is that too much stuff going on? It's a lot of good colors. I feel like we should probably have another rock here though. But before I forget, we do have some nice red bushes to add down here. We got a lot of open space here. We could put something. Right, let's do a rock. That'll work. All right, any plants up here? Probably. Let's do a little bush. Little. Just realized my little now playing thing no longer works. Probably broke at some point. Now playing Minecraft. Well, I had a now playing of Spotify, but I set it up to just track the Chrome window that I'm playing Spotify with, so I'm not capturing desktop audio, but every time the song changes in Spotify, the window title changes, so it just loses the reference. And now I'm sure after this song, it'll break again. So I gotta figure out a different way to set that up. Alright, well this might mostly be done for this section. So many more sections that I should do. I figure I probably should wrap this section up. Gotta go for D&D. See you around. Thanks for popping in. Good luck in D&D, whether you're in charge of everyone or not. Good seeing you. You're a player on Thursdays. Yeah, you are. Thanks for popping in. See ya. Alright, I guess we can go through our unsorted section of just random stuff. A lot of it's very Halloween-y, but we'll see if anything applies here. Got most of it for our dead forest over there. Could do a tombstone up here, actually. Nah. Do think we should probably do a tombstone near that guy there. Could put a guillotine up there. There we go. One unique thing up there. Wait, you can paint holes? I never knew that. Wow. I did not know that. Huh. How did I not know that? That's crazy. Huh. Okay. So yeah, I guess what we could do is just maybe even just a quad. Make it black. We'll find a black material, whatevs. Sure, that'll do it for now. Now we have a cave entrance. And some holes to cover up. Sure, I'll throw a little rock here. Wonder if I can do the opposite of painting holes. Left click to paint a hole, shift and left click to erase it. Nice. So didn't need that rock up here. Does it look good? No, it gives our golem a hat. We don't want that. And actually, what if we got rid of this guy too? Yeah. Nailed it. Tearing and untearing the terrain cannot be good though. I like that there's no collider on this, so if a player's like, ooh, what the heck is this cave? I'm going in. They just fall forever. Probably should put a collider on it for Steam. Until we do the actual cave interior. Alright, let's go back and look more at our other stuff. We could have something funky outside, but I don't know that we want to make this area more busy. I just want to make it look nicer. Could put a lantern out here. It's like off and on the ground or something. Could be a easy way for a player to get a lantern. Especially if you need a lantern for cave exploring. If we do some dynamic lighting in there or something, we could bring down that light radius really tight. Probably make it fun. Alright, I don't think anything here is applying, and that's great. Sure looking like this area is looking way better than it was before, at least. I think we could get a screenshot up here. It's clearly still a work in progress, but at least the items are in that you can interact with, and it's at least blocked out. We have some good lines going on. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break, refill my water, bathroom, etc., etc. I will be right back. Thanks for tuning in, guys. We will keep painting and building worlds after I return. Oh boy, oh boy. I believe that I have been muted since I came back from my break, but oh well. I think Charles just left. I was saying hi. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Sorry I was muted. Hope you come back. Alright, we've got all our cacti set up now. What we can do is add those nice helper scripts, randomize Y rotation, probably scale as well, and then align them as well. So just do some quick tweaks on all these guys. Let's randomize the scale, the rotation, and then align them with the ground. For the scale, probably all like not too far from where they're at. Let's try this and see how. Yeah, that's fine. We get some nice like stubby boys, some tall guys. Yeah, that's fine. Let's rotate them randomly and then align them with the ground, hopefully. Might need to double check those. Wow, those guys are really thin. Is that a billboard? No, they are just really thin. Okay. Okay, it looks like they placed correctly to the ground. Nice. Okay. So let's do a little run through. Let's see how those guys look. Desert's already filling out real fast. I think we'll just add the aloe and then we'll check out what herbs we have. We might be able to throw some of those guys in. This guy still needs lowered. Can't believe I missed him. Yeah, we got cacti everywhere. It's very sunny, reflective sand. Volcano is glittering. So things are looking good. Got all our dead trees. We don't have the cacti rigged up for harvesting. We just got to add some scripts to them, but that's in a different scene. But yeah, big old world, lots to explore. I think this will be a great place to have some like really big wildlife walking around. And also a bunch of really small wildlife scuttering from hill to hill. But the cacti look great, I'd say. Not too many of them. Not too few of them, although there could be more. Don't know if they should be in clusters or what, but I think spreading them out like this looks nice. Okay, okay. Let's do our aloe. And herbs. And we'll make that the default now. Just throw a bunch of aloe in. Probably around the hot springs is the best place. Just look-wise. I don't know if that's where they grow, but just kind of throw them around these areas. We'll put a few in the desert, I'd say. But I think plants around water always looks great, which is really hard to do in the desert, but we can work with it. And then when we randomize their rotations and maybe a little bit of their scale, I think it'll look a lot less uniform. But this can be a place you go for aloe, which obviously has a lot of healing properties, and so you might want more of that while brewing all your potions and stuff, so it's good to have a place to get it. And then we'll put just a couple in the desert itself, I think. Just very randomly. Sure. Cool, cool, cool. We'll do the exact same thing with these scripts. Y rotation and scale. Though scale, we want very, very little changes. So like 0.2 in both directions. So let's do random Y rotations. Random scales. Such a small change you couldn't really even see, but some of them do look different, so that's nice. And hopefully we don't need to lower too many of them. But that does remind me we have one guy here. Grievous offender. Okay. Let's do a little Passover, and especially the guys on like hills and stuff. They're the ones you really gotta lower most of the time. And these are close enough that like the high camera, it's not really going to matter, but it's nice to tilt some of them toward the water, I think. We don't randomize tilts, just rotations. Alright, that's looking good. Let's check out our herbs, see if there's anything maybe we want to include in the desert, maybe away from the hot springs, different set of herbs. So we've got, you know, we could do some crystals. We're going to leave those for the mountains. Some dead trees. I guess we could do some stumps over here. Maybe at the edge. So it's like people cut down trees to kind of stop it. Whatever it is from spreading. So those should not be in this parent, but we don't yet have... Oh, we do have corrupted forest. So let's take those trees, bring them on up to trees. Cool, cool. And back to herbs, I'd say. We could put some of this stuff in the desert. We had the piece over there to hint at where to go. Could be nice to just have like some desert ruins somewhere that kind of leave a little to world building. And we can expand on it in the actual like lore and stuff. But I feel like it'd be a little bit weird to have them there without something more obvious. Because you're like, what do I do with this? I don't know. Do we want little red bushes in the desert? It's a little pop of color, which we could use. Could use them sparingly. Maybe in this little mysterious area. Doesn't really add that much color, but it's a nice little pop, I guess. But what we really want are maybe some desert herbs. Is that an oxymoron? I can't actually tell. None of these make a lot of sense in the desert though, so we can put them elsewhere. Breeze balm, potentially. So we'll just kind of place them randomly as well. A few throughout the desert. Is this one Zephyr Leaf? Okay, that's fine. Just a few little plants growing here and there. That's such a small little cactus. Is that really the... Huh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Can't even see herbs flying around. They are so gosh darn small. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, anything else we want to add to the desert? Potentially we could do rocks, but I feel like we've got our like sandstone rocks. We don't necessarily need to litter it with rocks that we've used more in the mountains. There are a bunch of cool ruins things that we could use. We could put another sword in somewhere. Maybe a smaller one the player can actually use or something. It's a weird white shader effect on that. It's kind of lame. We'll leave it in for now. It doesn't do anything right now anyway. Add some pillars around it, I suppose. And these are all still parenting under aloe and herbs. Let's call it stone stuff. How big is this? Yeah, that's fine. Other things that we could add, I don't think we necessarily need to just add a bunch of stuff. Let's look through our unsorted stuff to see if anything makes sense. A lot of it is the spooky stuff for this dead area. Maybe some of these mushrooms. Are also quite small, but we can adjust them in the entity scene. Let's say the desert's looking pretty good. Let's jump over to the corrupted forest. Let's do a mushrooms section. We'll make it our default. Add a bunch of them throughout. And maybe we add a couple of these bad boy wizard mushrooms too. Still just randomly so players can hunt them down. We'll do like random placement later when we want to repopulate the world. And I guess we have these guys as well. It's probably a great place for really all of our mushrooms. So we'll throw them into. I think we also have a red mushroom in the herbs folder. These are all just unsorted here. Looks good, looks good. Alright, and then lastly, how do these bushes look? Just regular bush, right? Yeah. These have some nice flowers, actually. Let's see. What was I looking for? Plants, mushrooms. A couple more of those just to make mushroom hunting more fun, get some variety. And then we might surround it a little bit with like poppies. That might be fun. But we want to come back and like fill out this area more. I just want to get it a little more fleshed out for now. So if we did some like just poppies over on this hill, it's kind of unclear why they're next to all the dead stuff, but they do follow the pattern of being all the way around it. Alrighty, let's run around the desert a little bit and then also run around this dead area a little bit. We could also add these mushrooms. We've got Whisper Cap, Star Shimmer, and Hex Bell Toadstool. I think we'll add the Hex Spell one very sparingly because they have light, which is pretty cool. Okay, cool. Let's do some randomizing on those guys. Is this too much to randomize them all? Little suspicious that we have a light here and no mushroom. Or here. What have I done? Did I delete a material or something? I don't know, but time to replace them all because they do seem... Wait, everything's gone. They underneath? Oh no. Okay, it's the correct LOD, right? Yeah. Well, what did I do? Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, you know what? I'm just a little dummy who clicked that. And apparently that doesn't work on lights, I guess. But I guess we can redo that mushroom sizing. It's 2.6 and like 1.6, so they'll get it's 2.8. We don't want them much smaller, but I don't mind them getting bigger. Cool. Let's also randomize rotations, and let's go run around the dead forest and the desert and then make ourselves a snack. Let's just see what we built though, or designed, or whatever you want to call it. Alright, the desert does look pretty basic. I think I'll replace the material on all those rocks, but I ain't mad about it. Okay, so we got our dead forest now for mushroom hunting. That light does not look correct unless we're seeing it through the tree. Oh, did we place it on the... Oh. Yeah, when we were dragging stuff in, I guess you can place it on the trees. Okay. Well, we'll fix that. I'll look through all... Oh my gosh. I'll look through them all and get that sorted. Let's go do a little run through the desert as well. I think this looks good though. We want to texture the ground a lot more. Probably layer in some like really light dirt through the sand. Or go back and get another sand texture. but it is looking craggy at least. We could have some big old turtles or something walking around. Yeah, I'm good. We got some nice foreground, midground, background too. Lots of layers going on, which I like. Even when you pull the camera all the way out and push it in. So things are looking good, I'd say. Zooming out this much reminds me of navigating in like Kenshi and just clicking over there and being like, alright, I'll watch for 30 minutes. I'll run across the water, I guess. Gotta remove that from the nav mesh still. But yeah, things are looking good. We got a lot of aloe over here. So it's a nice place to come to for that, I guess. We want to have a lot of like target farming areas. And we want them to be obvious what's there. So if you know there's aloe here and somebody in town is like, hey, I need some ointment for a sunburn or whatever, you can be like, all right, I'm going to go grab some aloe. I'm going to go to that ice golem maybe, get some ice. Go pick up mud from somewhere and mix them all together. But yeah, it's looking good. I think, I mean, I've harped on all these fun crafting systems for the last couple months, and that's all we've been focusing on. So it's nice to see the visuals start coming together as well. We've also got some background music that I haven't messed with in a while, but we still need to do sound effects and stuff as well. But you know, it's all coming together. It's looking real good. The fog really helps, I think. I thought it was really nice to be able to see forever, but the fog, I think, layers in depth really well. And we're going to put a little dragon grove in here as well. Kind of a... Or I guess we could do a different kind of golem, like a magma golem or something. We did the ice golem in the mountain path on the other side of the map. Could do the fire golem here, make him even bigger or something. He lives in the volcano or something. So, lots of stuff we could do in here. Also dragons, I guess. I have so many good dragon assets. I want to use them. They're so cool. But yeah, that's the game, my friends. I'm gonna go make some food. It's 5 o'clock. Been twerking all day. And just want to say thanks for whoever's lurking around. Thanks for being here. It's been chill. And I'm not going to stream next week, but I'll be back the week after that. So I'll see you then. Peace, my friends.